Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more Elden Ring. I am back on my bullshit yet again. I actually have a day off from work so I can stream at a reasonable time. But let's see, if I remember correctly... Sorry, can you hear that? I'm just lowering the shade so I can get a little better view on the screen. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see, because I did take a long detour exploring a lot of Lim's grave. We still haven't managed to pick up what we need to fully explore the Cave of Knowledge. And we're at the Gatefront ruins for Stormgate. But, again and again, that's where the Elden Ring is pointing us, is heading up to Stormfront Castle. But not yet. Exploration is always key. And there is plenty to still explore up here. Hell, I've not even fully explored the Gatefront ruins themselves. I keep walking around them. And this is your first sample of one of these special treasure chests on the wheeled carts. We get the Lordsworn's Greatsword. Take a look at it. We can't wield it one-handed, at least. It's 16 strength requirement. Ours is at 11, so nah. Well-crafted straight sword with an illustrious design, wielded by the regulars of a lord's army. Though blackened and damaged by years of use, it appears to have otherwise been kept in serviceable condition, despite the soldiers having long since lost their mind. So, yeah, these soldiers are all relatively mindless and attack just anyone who happens to be by. Not bisexual, but nearby, rather. Might be a better way to phrase it. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean they're stupid. They're still fully capable of reacting to enemies in relatively intelligent ways. Your biggest danger in this area is that spear soldier over there. And note, we do actually have the option of summoning extra help. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do my best to try and get up on him. Yeah, and then we're gonna get our lone wolf ashes. Yep. Wolves are gonna get out first. There we go. As you can see, he does a moderately good amount of... Yep. Okay. Yep, got him down. But yeah, the calling bell makes this a whole lot easier. Nice. He's a little too slow with that hammer. Alright, and these are the Godric Knights. Oh, good boys. All three of them. Little hurt, but they're still doing alright. Note, if you know healing magic, you can heal these guys, so if it becomes necessary, don't hesitate to. Speaking of, got him. Yeah. Alright. So, what we were after is actually down here. Necessary item ahead. Well, what kind of item could it be? Trap ahead. In this case, no. It's an Ash of War stomp and a whetstone knife that will enable us to actually apply these Ashes of War to weapons, so if we need to change or want to change the skill, we can. So, yeah. Aside from that, note there are 2 of these chests in this area. And yes, the wolves won't immediately automatically assault everything, so if you want to try and take a stealthy route, even with... He just saw me, so... More's the pity for him, really. And yeah, another item here. A flail. Some relatively good blunt damage. Could have used that underground with those stone-skinned enemies. Do we have the... I think we have the dex to wield it. No, we do not. We do not have the strength. Oh no, it is the dex. Okay. So yeah, I need a little more dexterity. Currently at 15? Yeah. More than possible. Alright. And again, note that if you go into stealth, your spirits won't start attacking automatically to ruin it. So, a good way to handle things. But yeah, that's the Gatefront Ruins pretty much cleaned out. Just wanted to show that off. Alright, and again, there's 2 more things I'd like to do before we depart the Limgrave area. I don't have the items I need to fully explore it, because there's 1 more area I can't touch until I get some stones, so... And of course, we're leaving the area, so our wolves are starting to fade. And once you reach far enough out, they'll go away and rest once more, till you call for them again. Let's see. This is a bird's eye telescope, which will allow you to, check out the terrain and get a relative feel for the area. It basically gives you a high-up view. So, there's a Geel, that dragon we can't really do much about, theoretically. But there's one other area I haven't touched yet, because it requires a little more strength than what we had at the time. So we'll actually be going past a Geel and exploring the northernmost part of the lake. Make no mistake, however, we will eventually come back for that dragon. I'd like to be just a little bit stronger. And plus, this will introduce us to another enemy, one we're not as familiar with just yet. Those who live in death. Yeah, undead. Not technically undead, actually. They're those who live in death. Because as it stands, they're not truly dead. At least not at first. What they are are corpses that decided to keep moving. They're also a bit of a troll for those of us who played some of the older games. Because in some of the older games, you'd need a holy weapon to stop them from moving and regenerating. Or holy water. Not so much here. Which was one of those cute little things of, oh, I just need to hit him normally. Okay. Alright. And I could ride our horse, but still, yeah. Not a hidden wall. Oh, we've been invaded by Bloody Finger Nejiro. There they are. Yep. Ow. Well, that hurt. But Bloody Finger Hunter Yura was summoned as well. Oh. Yep. Nope. So, somebody's coming to help, but we gotta survive long enough for them to do so. Ow. Well, that sucked. Well, it's day again. Well, I want my runes back, so pardon me. Excuse me. By the way, Torrent does use your stamina, dictating how often he can dash. So, how often you can dash and jump is... Your health and stamina, regardless of what build you're going for, are actually useful. I don't care what anyone says, yes, it's useful. Alright. So, excuse me. Ignoring the undeads, because I want at least to get my stuff back. I was being dramatic and taking the slow path the first time, but now I'm annoyed. They knock you off. By the way, when you get near, like, invasion points, they knock you off your horse. So, okay, so as the Bloody Finger comes, we also know that the Bloody Finger Hunter comes from over here. So... yeah, I'm just going to make their life hell. Yeah.
If it isn't Narius, Bloody Finger, the end is nigh. For you.
Yeah.
And your cessblood.
Yep. Yep. Ow. There we go. There we go. The Bloody Finger Nejiro has died. There we go. Living here, return to his world. Yep. There we go. So that is And where they came from was a cave over here. They blocked us off. Take a look at that weapon we just got. I'm pretty sure it was a weapon. Yeah. Reduvia, a dagger. Jagged dagger with distinctive curved blade, used by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. This dagger rips the flesh as it enters, inflicting blood loss with sickening efficacy. A proud testament to the success of its vicious design, the weapon is perpetually coated in blood. Slash with the wicked dagger, transforming its never-drying bloodstains into airborne blades that cause blood loss. Can be fired in rapid succession. A useful weapon. Requires more arcane. More dexterity, more... I don't think I really want to go bleed, but... it's an idea. And the cave we found was the Murkwater Cave. I'm trying to remember this one, because I truly don't remember this cave. It's been a while. But what I am going to do is, before we explore, sit down, take a load off, and show you the Ashes of War menu that allows us to alter the skills of a weapon. So like for here, we currently have Storm Stomp. We have it unmodified, just has Spinning Slash on it, which is still pretty good. But then if we turn it into a Magic Shamshir, so it loses some physical damage but gains magic, and with our intelligence being fairly high, that could come in handy. Storm Stomp turns it into a quality one, where they get better scaling overall, and it balances the scaling between both strength and dexterity. But I think we'll do the magic. By the way, you can always go back to standard or arm it with the specialty. So in this case, we now have a magic Shamshir, which does 192 damage now. So, just to give you an idea, Murkwater Cave. Oh, I think I know this. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, it's the Bandit Cave, pretty much, so... yeah. Well, might as well show off my new skill. Come on, get up. I got knocked down. Yeah, I'm getting comboed. Okay. I literally got comboed, so I couldn't move. Alright. It happens. Right, because... yeah, no. Yep, because the staff doesn't have one, we do now have Gravitas. Unfortunately, it's a case of... I need the torch to see, so... and we also weren't far enough that I was worried about mine. But yeah, just so you can see, yes, there is a... if you turn it off, there is a various bells hidden here. And yeah. Officially speaking, they haven't seen me yet, but they will in a moment. Okay. Alright. And if you don't trip the alarms... yeah. There's the boss. Yeah, this is a relatively small dungeon. Yeah, but there's others. Yeah. And we're poisoned. Slowly losing HP. Sucks, but hey. Such is the way of things. Wow. You whiffed completely. Like, that is an impressive amount of whiffing. We can make neutralizing boluses, so... Okay. So I don't need to suffer it, but... By the way, another way you could have handled it is throw a firebomb at these red barrels. They do explode. Didn't expect mushroom. Likely mushroom. Hey, a mushroom. What do you expect, folks? The whole thing is to bait you back here just so you have out of curiosity. Yeah, the whole point of this is just to get you killed, so... Just one of those amusing little... Hey, look what you got. Ah, seems familiar. Perhaps. Alright, well, let's see what's here. Huh. Nothing's attacking me. There's nothing here. Well, let's leave. Nope, can't leave. Surprise attack. Okay, I'm building it up for no real reason other than I find it amusing that this is required for you to, as ever, it's required for you to fall in.
Well, well, well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
Never change, buddy.
Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all.
Okay. Enemy felled.
Finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a lady of reason, through and through.
Patches, the small petty thief. And the only boss to ever just completely give up and grovel for mercy.
Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me.
Oh.
Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. But an innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on?
Oh. I can't stay mad at you, bald head.
A true lady of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop.
With the things
So
you've
don't be a
looted.
stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
So?
Don't forget to pop back. I'll be ready to wheel.
So, that we will have to look. And what did he trap us with? Cloth guard. Wait. Let me read the description, because if I had to guess, cloth guard, coarse material, commonly worn. Yep, okay. So just a common set of clothing. A common set of clothing. Interesting. Nothing valuable really here. Just some bandits. Just some bandits and a boss that's non-committal enough to not die for his men. Most embarrassing I died to them, isn't it? But, well, there's lots of types out here. Though it does beg the question. I wonder if anyone believes that it's the same patches throughout every game. Because personally, I do. I absolutely do, and I think this game explains why he's around. That's right, I believe Patches is that ancient. Let's see. Basically, all Arcane does is increase your item chance and give you access to stronger bleed weapons. I'll come back to it. Dexterity still comes in handy for extra damage. I mean, stamina and vitality are just infinitely useful always. Intelligence is good for our spell casting. Too bad cast speed isn't a stat anymore. Extra HP never hurt. Okay, so we'll move her up to 15. We'll aim to move strength and stamina to 15, and then we'll start focusing on our more offensive stats. Okay. But yeah, that was this cave, and actually, more than likely, Patches. I think you just need to rest and Patches sets up shop, but I'll take a look. But bear in mind, these guys are mindless, so. He can't do much with them. Highwayman. Note that it is cloth armor, so it is not... Yeah, no, these guys have... Escaped soldiers, probably, if I had to guess, from their position in Stormfront Castle. More than likely they didn't make it far, and we're just trying to... And they're just trying to hide out and do what they can to survive. Alright.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally.
Alright.
It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure. Welcome to Patches Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top notch.
Let's take a look. So he offers, one of the first times I can get one of the items I want. Okay. Because remember, these are all stolen, so make no mistake, these are all stolen items. Gold pickled fowlfoot, which makes sense. Those are relatively simple from hitting the birds. Fan daggers. come on, they're thieves. Van daggers kind of just make sense. Margit's Shackle. Briefly binds Margit, once imprisoned, to Earth. A fetish bathed in golden magic. Shackles were used to bind a cursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular omen under the strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackle still retains some vestiges of its power, enough to trap the once bound Margit on Earth, if only for a short time. Now, what's interesting about this item is it's obviously a piece. It's a stone piece that's overgrown with branches. Any sense of order, useful as a last resort for those who've lost their way, or for use by those who believe that unrefined guidance will lead to truer encounters. Shards of glass. Let's see. Fur culling, festering, bloody finger. Stone sword key. Breaks the seal on imp statues, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once at I think well before using it. Missionary's Cookbook, which gives us Scriptstone, Grace Mimic, and Gold Pickled Foulfoot. A knife with curved handguards for Masters of Combat. Anticipate every strike and counter accordingly. The weapon is all they need. Must be nice. I sure as hell ain't one of those people. Let's see. Great arrows. Ballista bolts. Great bolt, large spear used for a hand ballista. A horse crest wooden shield. A tall, medium-sized wooden shield, light for its size and easy to handle. The circular horsehead design evokes a swift gallop. But it's... Let's see... It's 87 negation. You require 8 strength, so that's not bad for us. That might actually be worthwhile. And a sacrificial twig. A talisman fashioned from a dried twig, so slender that it might snap at the slightest touch. Prevents the rune loss upon death, but will be lost itself in exchange. Believed to be a twig pruned from the Erd tree long, long ago. Now, this is a fact I wanted to show off because I think it's kind of interesting that there's a point where the Erd tree was considered so sacrosanct that the idea of taking a twig from it would have just probably gotten you killed, martyred. What is more interesting about that fact is more so there is a point in history before that where taking a twig from the Erd tree is considered normal, considered not a big deal. Oh, by the way, about your bandits.
Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers. No good ones at that.
Of course.
Mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying, but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army.
Oh.
Worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all.
Alright. By the way, selling items, like selling runes, is just the same. You gain the same amount. So, this is partially what I was saving these runes for. Okay. So, 2 items we want. 3, really. So, pick up the Horse Crest Shield and the Stone Sword Key. Do I have anything else I can sell that in a plentiful... Anything that'll sell for a lot and not really lose me much. Well, I have 100 Rowan fruit. This is one of the reasons I grab Rowan fruit whenever I can, because worst case scenario, you can always just sell it. And that's 500 runes right there. Let's see. Anything else? Ashes. I think I have a dupe weapon or two that might... Yeah. Yeah, I'll get rid of the... Yeah, that's currently equipped. Extra arrows and bolts. Could sell those. Brass shield I don't really have a use for, so... our old prisoner mask. Well, we have an extra surcoat. And extra kind trousers. So that puts us at 43. I don't ever suggest selling medallions. I don't think you can really get too many dupes out of them, so those aren't really worth it. Yeah, the glintstone scraps actually sell for a decent amount. They basically create projectiles, kind of like how weaker versions of what we do with the glyph, summoning the sword glyph, so you can sell these pretty freely. And they use your FP to do it, so it's one of those, I don't think when it's really that useful, when I can cast myself. So that puts us at 5,000 and allows us to buy the last major item, Margaret's Shackle. Wow, Shackle? That may come later, useful later. And about that chest?
Wondering. Well, just something I'm saving as thanks. But then again, it would fit. And besides, this valuable customer could be a long time coming, huh? Everything. Cheers for that.
Basically, he's saying clean him out, and I think it's you have to clean him out, and he'll let you take the chest. It's not going to be that worth it, but might be interesting to do. Either way, we did pick up a new shield, so a little more physical resistance, a little better magic, a little worse on wood, being wood, a little worse on fire, but lightning and holy, and it holds its guard better. So yeah. A nice medium shield, so we can defend a little better. It still has no skills, so we can use the gravitas skill we attached to our Shamshir. So, from there, let's get heading back. And continue exploring, because this was just a side diversion. A useful one, but just a side diversion. Alright. Alright, let's get moving. Anyway, now that the whole issue with the finger is all resolved, we can keep riding and exploring. Alright. Because we hadn't seen the end of this canyon yet. Hear a wolf in the distance. And hello. Well, hello. This is the person who helped us out, the Finger Slayer.
Just joining the fray. Tarnished. Well, you fought Nereus and survived.
The second time.
That alone deserves commendation. I'm Yura. Hunter of bloody fingers. Tarnished. Held in thrall by cessblood. Zealots. Who stalk their own. You stay the path. You're certain to face more of them. Just remember, no kinship with their ilk remains. Their madness precludes it.
Good to know.
Don't let your emotions stay your blade.
Indeed.
One last word of warning.
Yes?
Stay clear of Agil Lake. The great dragon roosts there.
Yeah,
and it's as fearsome as it is majestic. So, unless you're mad or wish to be burned alive, stay clear of the lake.
Good to know.
Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again.
Perhaps. Alright, be well, Yura. Oh! More of these slimes. Ow. They're not especially damaging or rough, it's just... And they give thin beast bones at the very least. But it looks like there's something there on the top. But if you pay closer attention, like anything in a Souls game, anything that is too good to be true is. Yeah. Yep. Stay calm. Pick your targets. I had to show that off, at least once. It's good for throwing enemies off guard and getting advantage. Yeah. But again, the downside to these little slime monsters is, of course, well, they can only attack in front of them. And this was just a poison bloom, more flowers. But, once again, the corpse is on the floor. Corpses which like to play dead. And remember, mushrooms come in handy. After all, mushrooms are what allow you to create fire bombs, a universally useful item. And another slime. Might as well let these blades. And this is a way back up. But there's more to see back here. Race ahead. Speaking of, they did give us the mushrooms, so why not make use of them? Let's see how these handle. Well, there's your efficient method of getting rid of these guys. As I say, look up, just in case, because one thing that this game loves to do is drop these things on your head. I think I want to go grab make a few more fire pots. Again, they give you the resources, so don't hesitate. Slimes and the undead all burn, all the same. They're slow, they're not a massive difficulty spike. But all the same. Alright, it's getting kind of dark here. Pull the torch out, which is one of the... and another catacomb. Now remember what I said. We're still 3 dexterity short. I didn't put anything in it. By the way, what's next level? 2000. Okay, So we'll have to go back to using the club. Because again, let's see, does that improve the club's damage at all? If we go to Ashes of War, and say if we did... what if we add magic damage to it? Puts it up to 159. Let's see how it goes. Be wary of left. Well, this place is brightly lit enough, we can rely on our... Maybe we should just rely on our shield. Yeah. Nice. And we took almost no damage there. Nice. Well, we've hit a point where we are able to face these head to head. Though, it should be a little disconcerting that these statues here are all wielding some kind of staff. Let's see how fire handles these things. Nope. Note that they recoil off our shield pretty well. Though that's a cute little trick, because the one that had the different statue had, the broken statue had one fall. Wow. A fairly short catacomb, it would seem. There's the switch right there. And the door is there. Surely you don't think it's going to be simple, do you? And this is why I wanted the shield. Yeah. Anytime these guys are willing to just sit there and chuck stuff at you, be aware it's an ambush. However, bear in mind I am taking minor amounts of damage from this. Like the shield is not, my shield is not currently 100% physical proof. So, okay. Now that he's been drawn into there. Yes. Learning to use traps to your advantage will be a great boon. Yes, I lost some health, but... Yep, there it is. I forgot how close you had to be before that one would activate. Got it. I think I heard one more. More root resin. Which makes sense. These catacombs are meant to be where you... where you are reunited with the Erd Tree. Well, but we can hear the door opening. And these statues of death... well, they're guides. So... Had to make your heart jump a little, folks. Okay. I was say I know those two are actually, and if I'm not mistaken, on like the previous area. Yeah, as I say, and unlike the previous area behind us, these ones actually shoot from behind me. So if I'm not mistaken, it's pretty much like I believe they come from like the steps behind me. Yeah, you can see the little holes here. Like if you get close, you can see the little holes. Yeah, these shoot from behind me, so this I can't really take too big an advantage of. At least not to the same degree I did before. I was gonna say, I knew there's usually a third one. That's a good rule to remember too, though. Golems like to hunt in packs of 3. Actually, rule of 3 is a generally good thing to remember for the entire Soulsborne series. Unless you found the third one. Circling or try parrying. So who's waiting in this particular one? I was gonna say, don't have the FP, so I think I should be able to use Grave Warden Duelist. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I can use my yeah. Nope, not grabbing me. Honestly, the darkness is your biggest threat here. Not being able to see him directly. Luckily, the wolves provide an adequate cover. Yep. Might as well get the glint blade shots off. Got him good on that. Got him on fire. Nope. Yep. Okay. Yep. Cool. Yep. That jump attack is going to be the most lethal, one of the most lethal things he's got on him. Yeah. The wolves are great distractions. Yep. The roars. Yeah. Remember, avoiding damage is always preferable to taking it, but if you have to take it, try and take it on the shield. Pay attention to where he is distracted. And there we go. Get behind him if you can. Not too bad. Oh my, oh my, oh my. We just got something really good. The Banished Knight Engval Ashes. I forgot that he's here. Let's take a look. Note the cost difference. He requires 100 FP. We do not even have, we have 85 currently. So we are not able to do that. But summons the spirit of the Banished Knight Engval. One of 2 knights dubbed the Wings of the Storm. Despite his banishment, he rejected the invitation of the grace-given Lord, instead keeping watch over a masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. So, and why would he be here then? He isn't. This place is dedicated to burial by the Erd Tree, so being absorbed by the Erd Tree. Well, now that is interesting then. Why is he here? Well, and he was a disciple of the Storm Lord. And as we see, he watched over the masterless castle for many years. Well, the simple answer is the castle isn't masterless anymore. Somebody else lives there, and they got rid of his corpse and chucked it down here to be buried in a place of honor to them, but a massive show of disrespect probably for his own beliefs. So quite a event there, wouldn't you say? Let's head, after that fight, to the Waypoint Ruins. I don't think I'll actually pick up any spells, but it'll be a good place to keep going for our explorations. We'll rest. Level up. I think it's time we can start putting some more into dexterity. All right. You know, we'll try out Glintstone Stars for a bit. And we have... yeah. We don't have enough to really pick up a new spell, so we'll just continue from here. Because we're not quite done. Oh. Oh. Flower's still casting at us. We could try and invade that, but that does require us taking on several Kaidan mercenaries and soldiers, so for the moment I'll let it be. But what I did want to do... ah, there. If you look real close, there's what I'm looking for. This symbol on the map always indicates where a monument is, where that will give you the next chunk of the map. So now that we know where it is, let's head there. Because we've discovered thus far is West Limgrave. I would like to start getting into East Limgrave. So, let's do just that. Because if we're going to storm a castle, like as Grace wants us to... Is there something there? Spirits bring a head down. Yeah. Seems like quite a drop. The Limgrave is quite a lower area. I truly don't remember what this is. So we'll have to come back to it another time. Alright. So let's take a look around and see if there's anything else. Or any other way down, perhaps. Surely there must be. After all. Oh. Yeah, that looks like there's a way over here. Sapling, sweet sapling of glorious gold, has your crystal tree drop ripened. There's the Greythird tree, which is slowly withering and dying, apparently. the lower branch. Either that or it's going into a time of... No, it looks like it's... That looks like the pattern of something that's slowly dying, supposedly. But then even these younger branches don't seem fully furnished, shall we say. But yeah. Eastern Limgrave. Quite a sight. Quite a sight. But it looks like over here, looks like there's a path along anyway. Can't say it's specifically... Gonna lead us the whole way down, but it can't hurt to look. Exploration is always key. Because I believe there is a way into... Oh, it's nighttime, so of course... Oop, I actually legitimately jumped because I forgot about this. Ambushes. And the beast foot. Alright. There we go. Not a big deal. Yeah, looks like this is the way into East. And the eagles just fly away. But yeah, looks like we found our way into East Limgrave. There are bats, aplenty here. Just patrolling. I guess they're out hunting. Yeah. And then there's these guys who are just out here looting the ruins. What could they possibly be looking for? Because these chunks feel like they just fell out of the sky. But that's a little ridiculous. I mean, where would they have to have come from somewhere. Stone this chiseled and marbled is a sign of civilization. So who or what would be civilized enough, but still able to just drop it where there's nothing where it's coming from? One does have to wonder. But, at the very least, we've managed to reach the eastern part of Limgrave. Who is Lim, and why were they notable enough to get the whole region to name after them? That's a good question. Let's see. Don't have anything I can do with the short bow. We do have a partisan spear, but can't use it. Don't have the strength. I don't have the dex for the flail, so I guess we'll go back to the Shamshir. What if we make it a quality Shamshir for a bit? It officially has 159 to 128. Okay, but if we switch it, our official attack moves to... So it's 128. Now it is 192. Okay. So, we know that's our goal. Something let out a scream. My. It is dark here. And we're allowed to summon. What could possibly be out here that's so dangerous that we're allowed reinforcements? Well, did you see it moving? Yeah. It's right there if you can see it. I forget the actual term for these creatures. They're effectively giant bears. And make no mistake, even the lesser ones give out hefty beast bones. These are big. The bigger ones, as you might imagine, don't really stand much of a chance this early on against. Still, luckily our goal isn't to hunt them. And still, there's also fortunate that there is plenty of cover to hide under. This one is busy sharpening its talons. So we should be able to sneak by it. And that's our goal right there on the other side. The map of East Limgrave. You can see the lights of various corpses of people dumb enough to get caught. You just have to be careful. Of course, there's an item to tempt you to try and take them on. But your real treasure is information. Limgrave East. So let's take a moment to look at our map. Say hello to the rest of Limgrave. This map is even so kind as to furnish us with information about an area we've not even begun to explore yet. But as you can see, there is a lot here. There's this lower path we were following before, to this tree, past another set of buildings, through this heavily forested area, and down to a fortress to the south, as well as a beach, and it looks like some sort of resting, some kind of, maybe not building, but something's there. In addition, there seems to be a path further east that has come red, and there is another mine there. There's even another sunken or flooded town, or town, some kind of place over there. And then that brings us back to where we were before. So, there's quite a bit here. And then we start looking into the storm. The Stormfront Castle area. But yeah. I wanted to get here and prove a point about this game to a lot of people. The point is, you are never required, very rarely are you required to follow any particular path. The game will suggest, and you are utterly free to ignore. Because there is so much to explore. And note, we're very close right now to that big tree. A minor Erd tree. And it's surrounded by more of these tarnished golden sunflowers. As well as bugs. These dung beetles. Go on. I don't have any use for you. Go on. Yep. And at the basin, we find a spiked, cracked tear and a green spill crystal tear. There they are. This will temporarily boost stamina in a mixed physic, or enhance your charge attacks for a time in a mixed physic. Well, we did get a letter a while ago about physics. Where were those hints? I think it's, yeah. A flask of wondrous physics still remains in the third church of Marika, located north of the Mistwood. Cross the highway bridge and follow the animal trail north. Cross the bridge and follow the animal trail north. And as you can see, there's all sorts of items around this minor Erd tree that can help you. So this is a good place to build up resources, especially for certain items that may require you. Certain more complicated items. So, just an idea that it might be worth it to come back periodically to resupply. Because, I'm trying to remember exactly, like holy water bottles, inflict holding damage. It only requires the tarnished golden sunflowers, and we've gotten so many. I'm trying to remember what because root resin is just useful for like various like fire and other ones. Human bone shards are useful for it. Yeah, but of course, thin bones are of course fantastic for getting you fire bones. We need some more smoldering butterflies. Okay. But in addition to everything else we found over here, we also came across this building, where a Siorfra river well. What could A well. What could that possibly mean? Well, there's one aspect we've not touched on about the map, and that is that it is two-layered. There's the upper areas we know, and there's an entire underground region, unique and utterly baffling at first, and it is deep underground. But you wouldn't know it initially by looking at it. In fact, down here, it constantly feels like it's just night. And it is populated. Oh, is it populated? Welcome to Siofra River. Yeah, we don't have a map, but yeah, we are now currently underground. Deep, deep underground. Here people are. Here is an entire other culture. And trust me, we'll get to know the locals soon enough. Melton mushroom. So, regular mushrooms. A fungal growth that thrives in damp thickets and elsewhere. Material used for crafting. Its thick, spongy flesh makes it a key component in throwing pots. A mushroom that grows in the false light around the internal city. Material used for crafting items. It drips with a viscous fluid that behaves much like oil. So when exposed to the sunlight, it ends up developing a thicker, spongy texture, but down here, it becomes much more spongy, It becomes more liquidy. And we see the death of a noble down here, probably seeking some knowledge. Dew-kissed herba. And I went too far. Okay. So regular herba grows on the surface, found in thickets and elsewhere. Soaked in arcane dew, it gives off a faint glow of starlight. So, this glows like starlight down here, probably to do with the stars that we saw on the way down. Can't see them too clearly here, but and there we see the residence. Wielding spears that seem to be covered in arcane, some kind of arcane or magic power. It's blue after all. But here you see the bigger problem. These guys don't take much in the way of damage. Let's see. How about magic? No. Give it magic. Magic does pierce those scales, but it doesn't seem to do much. And they're slow, but there's so many of them. it seems like your best option would be just to run past them. Yeah, as you can see, it takes a lot to take down even one. But where else did we see this growth of thick stone flesh? But at least this explains why the sorcerers down here all died. They weren't adept with greater magic, anything greater than ourselves. So surely it makes sense that those who would have struggled to even master a basic glintstone spell would have been overwhelmed and skewered and left. But maybe... Let's see. At the very least, it doesn't seem like this is doing much. So what else do we have at our disposal? Of course, fire pots are an option. So what else could we use? Well, again, Glint Sword obviously isn't the way to go. So let's see if we can't use... Well, because their thick skin's so thick, they also make great targets to try things on. So, and we did pick up some extra runes, we need how much to level? 28. And we need 2 more points of dexterity to get the mace. Because I get the feeling the flail will actually be fairly useful. Well, let's test that out. Is blunt damage where we're looking to go? Let's try that. After all, experimentation and research are the keys to success. Exploration, understanding, acquiring knowledge is your best bet. And again, I suggest getting plenty of resources because at the end of the day, you can always sell. So that's that. How about the... Considering the difference, I don't think it's that much better. That does, though. So clearly fire is the answer. So now we have the answer. Fire damage is what really hurts them. But we don't really have a fire weapon outside of this torch. And I doubt the torch is going to be the solution. We do, however, have other resources at our disposal. For example, fire grease. Oh, but we need more smoldering butterflies. But that will be a potential option. Oh, I do have some on me already, so why not try it out? Now note, if a weapon is already enchanted, you can't like enchanted, you can't use it for that. However, let's try, and this should probably not work the way it does, but it's worth a try at the very least. Set our club on fire. Alright. There we go. Doesn't cause them to flinch, though, so... Ooh. Nope, still doesn't make them flinch, so... But, on the upside, they're relatively simple individually to getting backstabbed. So, isolating them and slowly taking them down one by one is probably your best bet. It's just going to be a slow process. So... yeah. So just be aware. There is no situation where this becomes easy, as far as I'm aware. But these guys, again, are fairly slow. Yeah. Well, giving them points for tenacity, if nothing else. Yeah. I mean, really. There are few enemies that can take quite as big a hit as these guys. To this degree. As many people have said, I am pleased that we don't have to worry about durability. Because these guys would eat straight through. And as you can see, you can get hurt on the backswing. But yeah. Now, the interesting thing about these guys, from a lore perspective, is first off, they're one of the few creatures that leave a corpse. Think about that for a second. I mean that literally. They're one of the few creatures that just leaves a corpse behind. How many others do you kill and there's nothing left? This signifies them as something truly different than us. What could be the difference? This location, perhaps? I don't believe so. Now. Alright. Oh, and we get first instance of their spells even. Slow but deadly. And that bubble is homing. So make no mistake, it is actually... This is a case of a spell basically favoring power and utility over immediacy. And again, these guys are just going to slowly come towards me. So, might as well show off glintstone stars while we're here. Yep, 3 individual hits, none of them especially strong. But while we have these guys, might as well use Arc to get some nice damage in. 'Cause yeah. Nice. Yep. And this one dropped a silver firefly. I believe that's material. Yes. Found near cold waters untouched by sunlight. Found near. Yeah. The light of fireflies is believed to have an alluring magic. Silver light is considered to invite riches. There's something up there. But yeah. And these guys are not... They're not aggressive in the fact that they're truly defensive. They're only reacting to when we try to push further into their territory. Is something worth noting. Gold centipedes. Now, a broken statue. It was whole a while ago. Can't even make out what the statue was of. Now, naturally, you have a mobility advantage. So these guys are actually not that huge of a threat, if for no other reason than, end of the day, you can walk past them pretty easily. Like, yeah. These casters are a little more dangerous in purely that their magic at homes in on you, but you can summon Torrent down here. So yes. Alright. But make no mistake, they're still gonna hunt you down for being in their territory. Alright. Well. Now make no mistake, Torrent is here because you can also explore all sorts of things. Melted mushroom. Budding horn. That looked like a material. Yes. Found by hunting herbivores. A rarely seen specimen of young budding horn, material used for crafting items. The horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. The first mention we have of this, which is where the primordial crucible would be the crucible of all life. My theory, as far as the games go, is that the primary crucible is what we would later come to know as the Dark. Effectively, the truest form of death, where all life went to rest, mix, and meld, where souls were put to basically come back round to be reborn. However, the Dark, as we would know it, would have later get perverted by several greedy kingdoms, let's call them. And we will talk about those when we get to Dark Souls, because in the point of Elden Ring, it doesn't matter. This way on the timeline. And moving around you before that blows up in my face. Doesn't see anything else, so... yeah. I'm just gonna come over here, because I'm pretty sure... okay. Got that. Alright. I think I might get off Torrent to do this. Because then what I want to do is drop down here. Grab this. Yeah, because you look like this. You look like something special. Oh, you are. You were a spell. Oracle Bubbles. You need 19 Faith, Intelligence, and 15 Arcane. Launches several small magic bubbles. Sorcery of the Claymen, well, we know what they are now, who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. Produces several small magical bubbles that drift towards foes before they naturally pop. Charging increases the delay before bubbles pop. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. Well, at least now we know I have a name for them. These are the Claymen. At least it also explains why they leave corpses. They're nothing but stone and clay. They return to the earth, from whence they came, once their duty is served. And perhaps then they dig themselves and others out of the cave, out of the ground and moist earth. This one's another obvious trap. Like there's a bunch of these guys. They're all gonna get up. Golden rune, smithing stones. Yeah. And soap. Oh. Yeah, someone was cleaning themselves eventually, apparently. But yeah. So they're looking for oracles. The person making the oracles or looking for potential futures, one has to wonder. Well, let's try heading this way. Oh, this one's bringing us back up. Back to the surface, huh? No, not the whole way. Just up to a new area. Alright. So, statues of figures holding blue flame. One of them is broken, but that could probably be attributed to wear. The water running and such. Probably little specks of erosion. Preserving bonuses. So those are against Scarlet Rot buildup. Scarlet Rot accumulates gradually, coming into effect once the threshold is reached. Scarlet Rot ailments greatly lowers HP in steady increments for a period. It's going to be later known as Blight. items are everywhere. Crabs. Let's be clear. I already know what's coming. But again, I'm more impressed that these. It's a sign of just how desperate some of these guys were to make a name for themselves that they came down here in defiance of the claimant and made it this far. But what they ran into was well beyond their abilities to handle. For example, oof. Yeah. And that might have been a bit too much for me, so I think I'll be on the retreating side this time. Because just up here is another lost race. Take a moment to rest, recover, and rebuild ourselves. After all, what lies ahead is quite rough. More dew-kissed herba. This is an interesting area because what it speaks of is, I suppose, a view of death and of life. Here we see a pack of deer just wandering around freely and unbothered. What becomes interesting about that is, what that speaks to is there's not any major predators against them at the moment. Siofra River. There we go. So now we can see where we are. Well, depths, the riverbank, and here's the river. There's also more to an area. There's even, seems like an underwater lake, this whole filled area. And there's much to explore. Again, I bring this up because this is just yet another way. The game just seems to keep expanding and expanding. This huge area made to feel like constant night. But we can still see the walls. The Hallowhorn Grounds. Do you hear the sounds in the background? I'm keeping quiet specifically so you can try and hear the horns. Nothing here but the corpse of some great deer. Whose horns were indeed quite grand. But beyond that, there's nothing else here. No enemies, nothing. Just the remains of what once was. Neither venerated nor celebrated. This place simply is. It's decaying, it's falling apart. No one's kept the place up. But it is all the more natural because of it. In addition, note that these underground areas has these pillars cut like they are trees. Or are they simply ancient trees that had grown down here? Personally, in my mind, anyway, what I believe these trees are sort of the prototypes to the Erd tree. These places that gather souls. Let's take a look. Now, I don't believe there's any way to fight these floating balls. They just cast lightning a few times and cease to exist. The problem is that lightning is pretty damn accurate. So that's where you'll need Torrent in this area to try and evade them. So just be aware. Another somber smithing stone. And our first encounter with one of these gates. If you examine them, they'll let you go to another location. You don't know where, and you don't know what'll happen. And bear in mind, some of them are one-way trips. In this case, not particularly. But where this brought us is from all the way down here up to here. We've basically skipped through a good chunk of the area. And unlike the previous one, this is a method. So, though in truth, I really don't want to be here because we're going to get killed. So we'll head back. Like, this whole area is a little too much for us at the moment. I mostly came just to show off some aspects of this. Because, trust me, this area gets rough. If it isn't the fact that the giant crabs are a regular enemy, let's show off the balls of lightning. Yep. Yeah. They cast it a few times and fade from existence. And again, that giant crab is a bit of a rough enemy. We saw how much it can hit us pretty damn hard. You can summon in help, of course, because this area is pretty rough. But... oh, and if you ever want to, you can head back to... when you can teleport, you can freely teleport to above or below ground. So you aren't restricted in this area. But these are the Mistwoods. Mistwood's outskirts. There's that minor Erd tree. Seal for a well. So... just wanted to show this all off, because this is all interesting. We'll head back to the outskirts, over to east part of Limgrave. You know what? This time, let's follow the road. Notice how these guys just... the second they're armed, they're willing to fight you. Ah, here we go.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the Fonts. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height,
Why not?
servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the Fonts. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth
Magic
Height,
grease.
servant to
Some
the
string.
True Order and celebrated repudiator of the Fonts.
I mostly brought the wolves out just so they could have some fun.
Is anybody there?
Yep.
Might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the
Alright.
True Order and celebrated repudiator of
rickety
the
shield.
Fonts. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
Yes, yes. So let's go talk to the great Kenneth Height.
Hello? Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the Fonts. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor.
Hello.
Ah, you've come to lend me your aid, have you?
Perhaps.
Well, that's very kind, but, no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a Tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the True Order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young
But-
Tarnished. I would
By
have a
who's
boon of
right?
you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood. A knight commander from Stormvale took it. A fool, and plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood.
Indeed.
What are you waiting for? My fort lies to the south. Oh, I see. Fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse. The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval.
Somehow I doubt that. Still, there's a fort to the south. Well, we saw it on the other end of the Mistwoods. Well, it can't hurt, can it? I mean, a fort should surely have. So a knight commander from Stormvale, from the castle, came and took over, kicking Kenneth out, and as he was leaving, he gets ambushed by beastmen. Seems about as straightforward as it gets. So, let's take a look and see, because if nothing else, it'll be worth some runes. And the more runes we have, the stronger we are, the easier our life gets. Let's see. If we follow the main road, Another giant. Well, I still have my wolves, so why not? There we go. He seems to be awake now. Ooh. Let's see if this doesn't help. That seems to do some decent damage. Who would have guessed that wolves aren't much of a match against a giant? Now, still, they gave us quite the help. So where would Kenneth have been heading? So if he was driven from his fort to the south, he probably took the main road up here to this place and was headed east, or west rather. Was he perhaps taking his complaint up with the Lord of Stormvale? Whoever this new Stormvale king is. Yeah, that's probably what was happening. Turn back, third. Lost Grace discovered. This is the third Church of Marika. The Flask of Wondrous Physic. You can find crystal tears at the bases of minor Erd trees and elsewhere throughout the lands between. At Sites of Grace, you can mix 2 crystal tears in the Flask of Wondrous Physic. This will allow you to create elixirs with various custom effects. So yes, this is your one-off big boost. How you use it is up to you, but it is something that will come in handy generally. So, just to show, so for here, restore half our total HP, and temporarily boost stamina, say, or enhance charge attacks for a time. No, we'll do temporarily boost, raises your max stamina. But what did Melina have to say?
Spoken echoes linger here, words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you.
I'm interested.
Very well. In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
So Marika drove her people away. Sacred Tear. Trying to remember what that is. Improved Sacred Flask potency, yeah. Flask. Increase. Yep. So now they restore more HP. Got use a golden seed. Don't have any golden seeds. Okay. Couldn't remember if I grabbed any. But yeah. So Marika gave her freed her warriors and gave them and told them, "You've done your job. Go find somewhere else to live." I'm removing my grace from you. It's not her grace, but she's removing grace from them. So the blessing of the Erd Tree. That's one of those acts that a lot of people use to define as she's a master plotter. But I wonder, for me, what the figure of Marika is interesting. Because we'll get into it later, especially when we start getting into the earlier parts of the story. But something I would point out about her is, in my eyes, basically she was put in a rough position where her opponent was given first choice of abilities from the Erd Tree. Not from the outer powers that would be, from the powers that be. And she effectively then took a gambit to make things possible for her. I guess is the best phrasing I want to use for it. Because part of me truly believes, well, why am I beating around the bush? As far as I can imagine, what happened is Marika was faced with when the powers that be for the Two Fingers chose her as an Empyrean. Because we have not heard of anyone else really being chosen from Empyrean before them. So a relatively new group shows up and tells them, "I'm going to offer you some real nice power. I've already given it to your competitor or opponent." Another one of these teleporters. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure this is a one-way. Something incredible ahead. Yeah. I got 3,000. I should go spend it first and level up. In case I die. But yeah. Because Marika's opponent was the Lomide Queen. And she chose, basically, given the Rune of Death. Marika took a gambit, is how I see it. And she decided to do, well, rather than taking specific power, I'm going to take the thing offering me the power. I'm going to take control of the whole Elden Ring. At least that's how I see it. It was a gambit. And she bound the source of the Elden Ring to the one thing that could possibly hold it. The only vessel capable of containing it. And that would be the Crucible. The place where all life mixes and grows and goes. The problem is, it's not compatible. And Rails, Dragon Bear. Oh, okay, here we are. I ended up coming here early on my own. Because where we are right now, folks, we are in the... We are far to the east and far away from where we started. That's a big guy, but he is attacking us, so... Nope, he has nothing to say to us. And I think that's probably for the best. Still, as you can see, these teleporters can make your journey quite confusing. Still, we'll head back to the Third Church of Marika. It's interesting. Because what happened is the Lomai Queen shows the power of death. So Marika bound, from what I can tell, bound the golden ring, the Elden Ring, which is the source of that power, to the tree. To the Erd tree. At least that's the nearest guess I can get. The game does state specifically that they were bound to that power is bound to the Erd tree and the crucible below. So if I had to take a particular guess, is that was also her ascension by virtue of the fact that she effectively pushed her way, effectively gained the power of absolute control that the Elden Ring offered. Okay, we can examine this. And... okay. Alright. Nope. It's on. Ow. Ow. Okay. Let's try and catch up. Our golden boy here. He just keeps going. Again, we're backed by that. I'm not going to get any closer to him than I got to, because you just saw what the small one did. Imagine what the big ones do. At least that Kenneth's situation does explain all the carts around here. He got ambushed. So. And he kept losing. He's now lost all his servants, so now he's stuck relying on a random passerby to take back his fort. Sounds more like someone going howl than an actual wolf's howling. A stake of Marika. And there is someone up there. So all this was to bring us to the Mistwood Ruins, where Blythe the half-wolf remains. Interesting. Not much we can do. There's something big and nasty just slumbering here. Still, and if we're careful and quiet, we shouldn't have too much trouble. Nice. Extra runes are always appreciated. Alright, so from the looks of it, there's a big gold sign over here. So surely that might mean something. Open for business? Oh, you barely notice it. But indeed, there is a merchant. Open for business.
Ah, welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way.
You sound like you're gonna lead me into a trap, buddy.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
Okay. Let's see. He's hungry, but he has meat. Which begs the question, what do you eat? Trina's lily, more smithing stones, an axe, a simple hand axe, more shields. I'd need one more point of strength, and that's 100% resist. That is tempting. Nomadic expands crafting repertoire. That would get us the beast lure plot and exalted flesh. And I imagine these meats serve what you need to do so. So let's sell. Let's see what we can get rid of. Boost items discovery and rune acquisition. Yeah. Probably just sell those. Ruin fragment. Oh, I do have plenty of runes on me. So let's see. Okay, the shield I'll definitely take. That one will be worth it because that's relatively light. The blue gold kite shield. A standard medium-sized metal shield, highly reputed for its solid build and reliability. The design represents the Erd tree foregrounded against a blue sky. Commonly known as a hatchet, the smaller variety of axe is an everyday work tool. Despite its short reach, it's easy to handle, excelling in successive attacks. Beast lure pot. He also sells St. Trina's arrows, carved to resemble withered water lily. Afflicts the target with a powerful sleep effect. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. Hmm. Still, I think the beast lore pod would come in handy. So let's see. Oh, we need beast blood. Lures beast only. This illusion lures in beasts to attacking it. The effect does not change even during combat. So it distracts them, essentially, which would be useful against some of these bigger ones. Good to know. But we've managed to identify yet another. Hopefully those runes will help. But my oh my, there's a lot of beastmen here. Well, let's get to work. After all, with this many of them, that's a good amount of runes. Any more? Heard one. Oh, I think that went pretty well. And that was the last of the... Apparently that's the end of the Mistwood for the moment. Okay, what does the spirit... The demi-humans wax wroth, now that their mother's been taken. Where are you, Lord Kenneth? The night, bedeviled by blood? So this was a hornman. So this is a soldier who, the soul of a soldier who served Kenneth, and was let out to dry, basically, by Kenneth retreating, rather than facing him. At least that's what I'm getting. A night bedeviled by blood. How close are we to 11? 31. Alright, that should be it. Oh. Hello?
Forgive me. I've been testing you to determine if the Elden Ring would truly have you.
Okay.
If you had the mettle to endure this long and arduous path. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
Oh. Well,
Very
let's
well.
go.
Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
So, she will bring us to the Hold of Champions. The Round Table Hold is a place where Tarnished gather, guided by grace. Combat is prohibited on the premises due to a pact of non-aggression. This rule is in effect when the Round Table icon is displayed. The Round Table Hold is located outside of this world, and fast travel by grace is the only means of reaching it. Use the map to travel there. So, welcome to the Round Table Hold. Those who seek those who are seeking to take the Elden Ring all gather here, in camaraderie and rivalry. And you are?
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations, the strength granted us by the Two Fingers, and explore the secrets of the Golden Order, so that one day, if a Tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men. By the way, do you still see it? The guidance of grace.
Yes, I do see it.
You do? Wonderful news. Most Tarnished are blind to it these days. You are something of a rare breed. Well, what do you say? Care to learn an incantation of the Two Fingers?
So, he offers us incantations. We have 6 faith. We can't cast any of them, just to be clear. But it's worth noting that there's much information to learn. Urgent Heal. This incantation can be cast while in motion. The Two Fingers have high hopes. I think it's supposed to be have high hopes for the Tarnish. That even if should they be wounded, even should they fall, they will continue to fight for their duty. Incantation of the Two Fingers faithful. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. The Two Fingers have high hopes return the... Yeah, okay, so those two are the same. Those are all the same. Okay, magic fortification. Follow the path that has been set for you, and you will make enemies of all others. The monks, the sorcerers, the ancient dragon knights, and the scions of gold. Heed me. The lands between offer no welcome to the Tarnish. And they're not lying. Everyone will... you will be hated and fought tooth and nail by every single being of this world. Thus, you need the strength to fortify against these threats, and the strength to reject them. Hark, Tarnished, if you truly walk in faith, you must be prepared to reject all else. So if you act in blind faith, you must reject everything, even what your eyes see. From a sinister prophecy, momentarily sparks flame from the caster's hand. This incantation cast without delay after performing another action. The flame of ruin is an anathema to the Erd Tree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, this occurs when their sole reward is banishment. Charging enhanced potency, yeah. The flame of ruin is anathema to prophets sometimes will faith all the same sin, yeah. So, fire is also...
May the Golden Order...
Because the light of the Golden Order is a type of fire as well. And you are?
I don't believe we've met.
No.
I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. Those who live in death should be left well alone. All the more should you spy a mariner among their number. Unless you wish to lay down your life in vain.
Oh?
You've met Garank, I take it. Then owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death.
So he offers us the litany of proper death. Again, both require faith, which we don't have. What's notable, though, is note that they also require, unlike the two fingers, they don't only required faith. These require intelligence as well. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by the hunters of those who live in death, creates an image of order, dealing holy damage to nearby foes. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. The role of hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. Enchants armaments held in the right hand with holy affinity attacks. Incantation is damaging. Yep. And about you?
I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Indeed. And who are you?
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos. The honor of one's house holds little import in these lands. By the way, have you met a young woman named Lanya on your travels? She's my servant, but fickle as the wind. Take your eyes off her for but a moment and she's good as gone. If you find her, please be sure to tell me.
So he's another master looking for his servant.
Be sure to tell me if you meet. She's a servant. She's been my companion. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy.
Huh. And even here there's a statue of Marika. Though it's a smaller one. What's more interesting about this is that the statue of Marika is the smaller one, lesser than this circle of figures, of knights, or scholars, or whoever these people are given greater principle and greater focus. And how many are on the table? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Making sure I got the number right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 weapons embedded in this table. Now, I guess I'm trying to... The other thing about it is, note that all of these weapons are styled as if they're made of branches. And create a grace. Which makes me wonder, what if every one of these weapons is made from the Erd Tree? Or more specifically, from the crucible below the Erd Tree. just thoughts. And nothing here. A lot of deaths. And in here, we find a smith.
You're a new face.
Yeah.
No matter. It's all the same. Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
Smithing Master Hugh. Now, Hugh is what they call an omen. Because they're the people who manifest the various species mixed inside the crucible when born. So that's where he has horns, both cut off and the protruding kind. The extra mandibles along his waist and the reverse jointed legs. And the scales. And we're able to talk about the chains on his legs.
I see you've noticed the chains. Nothing special. I'm a prisoner and these are my chains. I'm trapped by the hold. I'm dying, smithing for you fools. That's all there is to it.
You're a prisoner?
No, don't read too much into it. I've no grudge against you. My being a prisoner is no fault of yours. Besides, I don't mind smithing. Despite my differences, the weapons get stronger all the same. Given time, technique never fails. Besides, it helps me forget the sheer terror of her.
Of her. And again, he's a prisoner, unable to escape and undying, as if he's been cursed. So, yep, we just don't have the materials we need to do it at the moment. What he can offer is duplication of, yeah, we can create an extra one if we want, so we could put the same skill on multiple weapons. Ashes of War, though, can be manipulated and moved around here as well. But Hugh is how you work on your weapons. So keep that in mind. This door is closed. Who are you?
Greetings, great champion called by grace. I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion. And you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come from, it is a sacred act.
So we get a blessing in exchange for some of our life.
Ah, my thanks, great champion.
So,
very warm.
A Baldakin's blessing.
What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need.
To be held like that, is probably something more people need than they will ever admit. To just being held and feeling another person's warmth. I know you do technically, mechanically, you lose some HP for doing that. While you have it, you have less HP than you would otherwise. However, you do get the blessing. Uses FP to temporarily boost poise, so you don't flinch as much. Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion, protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death there is only peace, and for in death there can be no sensation. Note the room she chose. There are books, knowledge. The room tends to be reflective. Of course, we have the depiction of Marika amid the Erd tree's branches. Again, there's so much imagery with this. And the fact that the only position that she is ever pictured in is having her arms suspended up as if she's being held. Or she is either being supported and held up, or she is being restrained. It's hard to tell. In addition, there is also... This one. It's of a more elderly figure. Is it still Marika? But it's so dark you can't make it out. If I pull out the torch, will that help a bit? No. I truly don't know on this one. And you can use the mirror to apply cosmetics, such as altering your looks, appearance, that kind of thing. So, just an extra feature you have. There was a coffin previously in one of the games that allowed you to swap genders, so... Of course, I didn't know for the longest time what the hell that coffin did. Because you mostly wear armor, so you don't notice. Now, the other place we haven't been is on this side. And you would be? What do you want? And you have nothing to say to me. Okay. And another closed door I can't open. Now, I won't deny, this scared the crap out of me the first time. I thought this was a monster. No, this is your merchant, the Twin Maiden Husks. So here's where you can purchase all sorts of goodies. Note, you can't sell to it, you can only purchase. So there's all sorts of stuff. Memory stones, which increase how many slots you have for magic. Blue cipher ring, answering summoning for hunters. When invaded, ask to require the help for hunters. Rune arcs. We don't have any use for those right now. Dagger, longsword, rapier, scimitar. Yeah, all basic equipment that you could get, as well as knight helms, greaves. Furled fingers take on the appearance of a host of fingers on the appearance of a cooperator. Basically to trick players into summoning you and dealing with that. Let's see. Appearance of host of fingers, one of the ritual implements created by the Tarnished to deceive invaders. Yeah. Alright. Basically to help. So if you're summoned with someone and you get invaded, they'll likely attack you thinking you're the player that's the one that's actually being invaded. that you're the target. Okay, so we did get the imp statue, but we still don't have enough keys, so we'll leave it be. So that's it for there. Now, locked shut. Yep. So this is the round table hold. It's a good area you'll be coming back to for resources. So, just something to keep in mind. Now, if I had to guess specifically, I believe that it's how many, I don't know if it's specific sites of grace that trigger that, or if it's just the amount of places. Either way, we now have access to that, actually. And because of that, I got all distracted dealing with that, I forgot to level up. So now, we can use that. So now we should be able to use the flail. Technically speaking, okay, 192, but if we use it now, and if we Ashes of War, flail gets up to 169, not bad. Okay, we're gonna put the +2 back in our left hand, and put the ships here. Okay. Nice. So 162 for being completely unupgraded is not bad. Alright, and here's Kenneth's home base. Shall we see how bad this is? There's up the screen. Oh. Not bad. Oh. Well, that's not good. Yeah. Looks like there's a crossbow up there. A ballista. Okay. Okay, missed us that time. We have cover here. Okay, it can't hit us from here. Perfect. So that's one less issue. Now we just need to deal with the knights. Ooh, broke that guard. Alright. Oh. Nice. Oop. Oh, I accidentally doubled. Nice. Alright. I still need to be able to get that 1 point for strength to get the really 100% physical shield. Oh, that's not good. Okay. One of the pumpkin heads. That tells me it's time for... Yep. 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 Nope. Okay. Alright. Remember what we did back in the catacombs, though. Using traps to our advantage. And nothing is quite as useful trap as friendly fire. Because he's much taller than I am. Ow. Alright. Oh, it actually worked out. Whew. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. Godric Soldier Guns. Yep. The upside to the flail is also that it stacks bleed damage. Which, if I was honestly going to be focusing on bleed, I probably would have pumped points into arcane so I could get the really nice bleeding dagger, because of the ranged attack. The golden seed, which will give us extra drink, extra chugs on our flask. And we managed to do that without summoning a spirit. So that will be useful though, because if I remember, yeah. Yep. Alright. I'm trying to remember. Yep, because there was a couple people chucking fire at you. A little too far. Okay, that should be close enough. Yeah. Okay. And that's... And they're chucking firebombs because those those red barrels all explode. Alright. And they're just leaving it to the rats. Blood roses. I assume they're more, which are from the title, I assume focus on growing from blood. Smoldering butterfly. Luckily, explosive barrels break. And don't become a meat dish. Nice. Alright. Well, we got a chug out of that. Altered Commoner's Headband. A headband with the cloth removed. Standard wear for commoners in the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. Nomadic Cookbook, Warriors Cookbook 6, which is I always forget where the there they are. Gives us blood grease, drawstring blood grease, blood bone arrow, blood. So I imagine blood grease, gives you blood roses and root resin, increases, inflicting blood loss, as well as bleeding arrows. Makes sense. Though, despite the focus on bleeding around here, and by the way, now it. Thanks for the help for earlier. And this is the night they were talking about. Okay. Yeah, no, you really can't cast that moving at all. Yep. Looks like this is gonna have to be a rough duel. Well, we got... Ow. Yep, managed to block it. Oh, okay, just flinging blood at me now. Ow. Okay. Ouch. And there's blood loss putting us down real low. Oh, caught me. Okay. Luckily I only had 1,000 souls to my name, runes to my name, so I'm not too bothered. And yes, but the only thing is I think what they call the pumpkin head, the big guy with the helmet, I believe he doesn't respawn. Yeah. Okay. I really should... I really should get my other spell back, but... Gotcha. And without the sword, and without the shieldman, the spearman, this is not as bad as it could be. While you're reloading... Ow. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Gods, I love that. Okay. Oh no. Okay, Pumpkinhead does come back. Nice. Okay, no, he does come back. Alright, well, good to know. Alright. Yep. I mean, we can match him in terms of power. Yep. And now that we have a shield, it's not so bad. And done. Not doing too bad, eh? The Godric Soldier Helm now. Alright. I don't need the torch right now, so I can go with that. Theoretically, I could go with the bow, but... Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So those two are gone. Yeah. Nice. Alright. And again, break all the barrels. I'm not using a fire weapon, so I can just smash them normally. If you're using a fire weapon, they will just explode on you. So, just be aware. More smoldering butterflies. Oh, one more. Nice. And yeah, just a future note for yourselves if you're ever playing the game. Try to die, when you do die, try to die in a place where it'll be easier to get your stuff back. Just saying. Little tips that make your life nicer. Yep, and he's gonna start swinging. Like, I heard him start, and I'm like, yep, here we go. Yep. Yep. Let's get him down where we got some more room. There we go. And now I can run back up and get my runes back. Prick. That, and... Again, if I can just sit here and just chip damage him, that's one thing. But now that I've got this... one second. Alright, sorry about that, folks. I had to sneeze. But alright. Now we also have, now that he's down here, far more room to allow the wolves to play. Alright. Because they don't have to do much damage, they just need to keep throwing him off. Yeah. Yep. Like that. When he goes for those big hits. Yep. That's all it takes. The bloody slash. Nice. But yeah. So yeah, that was the knight who had taken over the castle from... Be sure to loot the whole place as much as possible. Because there was that. There was the body over here. Another blood rose. 5 more, in fact. Nice. So if we need to add some bleed... Ah, there is a ladder up here as well. Let's take a look what it leads us to. A chest. Our wolves are such good boys. The Dectus medallion left. Join medallions to operate the Grand Lift of Dectus. Left of a split medallion depicting the Erd Tree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus, connecting Atlas Plateau to Liurnia. The right half is said to reside in Fort Ferrith in the Dragon Barrow, far to the east. Well, the left half showed us where the east is then. Of course, we have no idea what the Grand Lift of Dectus even is. But what we have done is cleared this area out. Still didn't give enough runes to do another level. Resembles the Beastmen somewhat. But is clearly not the same. Perhaps we should go inform Kenneth Haig about the reacquisition of his fort. Just thinking. Yep, Kenneth Haig, Limgrave heir. Well, yeah, well, the worst we can do is go tell him. We'll see if he's still there. he stands, overlooking his ravaged caravan. Well, I got good news for you, buddy.
Ah, I've been waiting for you with bated breath. Did you manage to recapture my fort? Oh, excellent news. Just wonderful. And the knight's dead to boot. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. I knew I was right to trust you. Now, here's your reward, as promised. Go ahead. It's all yours.
An Erd steel dagger. Requires 14 faith. An Erd steel dagger with a grass crest engraved upon its blade, carried by the Erd tree royalty for self-defense in times of peace. Though forged to a high standard, the weapon is difficult to wield. Attack power also scales with faith. Erd steel. Is it just simply named Erd steel? Or is it taken from the Erd tree and forged into a type of steel, perhaps?
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Erd tree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind, under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Haight, next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch.
So he's going to be speaking with the demi-humans.
Yes. Would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erd Tree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours. What say you? A fine accord, is it not?
We'll pledge service, even though I doubt it will mean much.
Very well indeed. I knew I saw. I shall await you at my fort. We shall hold a ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erd Tree blessed. Right then, I've much to...
Okay. So, supposedly he's going to talk to the demi-humans and get things going again. Somehow, part of me just doubts the entire thing, but hey. He seems chipper about the whole idea, so who am I to shoot it down? Anyway. Let's see. Looks like there's something up here as well. Yep. Sky Barrels. Traditional, where the corpses are basically left to rot and petrify under the sky. Yeah. That one's gonna be a little awkward to get, but well, in a moment. Might as well get the rest of these small ones. And now about this one. Alright. Well, how about this way? Or this? Yeah, there we go. The Fervor's Cookbook, number 1. Sleep Pot, a record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued to research for her in his slumber. Acquire knowledge to craft the following sleep pot. Okay, so that lets us use Trina's lilies to build up of sleep. Like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze as irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep, sweet dreams. Throw enemies to inflict holy damage. Enemies to inflict fire. Now that is interesting. The designs on the pots and what they're representative of. Because long and short of it, if I go back to materials, okay, the butterflies. I don't think I only have the one type at the moment. Yeah, smoldering. An eternally burning butterfly found near wildfires and elsewhere. Material used for crafting items. Serves as the kindling for a number of items. The various butterflies that are in the game are supposed to be are commonly considered to be representative of the children of Marika and, I believe, Radagon? Yeah, because it's... of Radagon's line. Because there's Melania, Michaela, and Melina. Melina burns, there's Nascent, and then there's the rotting ones. Representative of each of them. But then there's also, when making the pots, the pot itself is the same, but like you see here for the sleep ones, you can see the purple mist and having to basically be contained. What's interesting is the double circle shape on the Beast Lure one. Because I'm trying to remember, because it's an extraordinarily familiar shape, and I'm literally just trying to remember where that's from. The two concentric rings. Anyway. So yeah, these graves... actually... looks like there might be something more in the area over here. Because at least there's some graves jutting out of the wall that can be used as a drop-down. Because that's the third church of Marika. And actually that looks like a way up as much as down. And taking that up, that would allow us, I think these are best used as ways down, I think, in my opinion. Though, it's interesting that these graves jut out of the walls the way they do. Because we won't really see these as far as the series is concerned until Bloodborne again. We see them all over, but I don't believe we really see them. And yeah, I see. That's what I was looking for, because I was trying to get him into view, because it's one of these big beasts. I was really hoping I could get a... Yeah. Alright. Okay. Should be able to get in a better position here. Let's see. Yep. Just to give you an idea of just how much HP these guys have. Yes, he's roaring at us, but the pillar we're stand on is blocking it, so we have pretty much impunity to keep going for the moment. But yeah. Just to give you an idea, and no, I'm not going to go down there. I get it, that critical attack would have been nice, but until I absolutely have to go down there, I'm not going to. Alright. Nothing for it. Yep. Luckily, this big bastard is... Yep. Alright. Alright, got him. Alright. Stay the hell out of the way. Nope, wrong one. Yep, staying the hell out of the way of that. By the way, notice the design on his chest. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Got it. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Not bad. Yep. Go up. Okay. Now it's just down to the wolves. Okay. Whew. Yeah, it went better than I expected. And Beast Blood, so we'll be able to bait out the enemy next time. Alright. But yeah, all that was also for... Okay, I keep doing it, but give me one sec. Okay. Sorry, my first playthrough I put torrent on the right, so now it's just ingrained in habit for me. But anyway, and another way we could have gone is simply to draw them out here where we could call out. Sacred. Huh. Alright. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of wolves here, but again, we've powered up a bit, so... Honestly, before we head up, I want to go get our better shield available to us. So, by the way, Torrent does have fall damage. It just takes him a bit longer. Not a whole lot longer, but a bit. So let's level up. Get that extra point of strength. Add a charge to our flask. And... yeah. Do I want... yeah, no, I think we'll do better with that. I think I'll do like a 5-to-2 ratio. Alright, and we now can access the better shield. Perfect. And that's 100% physical resist. That'll come at quite a benefit in the long run. Let's see. Is there anything else on this beach? I don't think specifically, no. I think this beach is more a way back from somewhere else, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. So, we engage with the bear. We've met Garog. Alright. So why not jump up here? Lots of wolves. Yep, but I'm not interested in you wolves. So up I go. Oh. There's a mine here. Yeah. Trying to remember which one this is. Gale Tunnel. Yeah. Huh? Jar.
Ah, I hadn't expected to see your face again. Are you heading to the Festival of Combat too? Oh, no need to be coy with me. Judging by the fine wallop you gave the old backside earlier, I would venture you're something of a warrior yourself. The mere thought of such a festival gets the blood pumping, eh? Now, according to my calculations, passing through this road should lead us to the Caelid Wilds. But, however you slice it, it seems we've reached a dead end. I'm sorry to have raised your hopes. It seems my calculations must have been off.
Oh? Oh! It doesn't open from this side. Okay. So we'd have to get to it from rear Gale Tunnel. Okay. So I imagine... Okay, so the Gale... So to do so, we would have to go around to the Caelid Wilds the long way. Okay. I didn't know that was an encounter. But then again, I only played through once, and I probably missed all sorts of... I've missed all sorts of things. But that's why you keep playing. All sorts of interesting effects and people and things to discover. And this will bring us up here to the edge of the Caelid Wilds. And to our first major encounter, Summon Water Village. Tibia Mariner. There he is. Stay out of that. Oh. Oop, nope. Oh, wow. Nice. Yeah. Oh, that is a big attack. And it put up my wolves in the way. Oh, wow. Stunned him. And he ran away. Now, where did it go? Oh. There he is. Okay. Alright. Yep. 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 Nice. Nice. Fortunately, my wolves are taking the brunt of this, but... Nope. Getting out of that. Luckily, he also hits his own. And we get a death root, as well as the skeleton militia officers. Interesting. Death root. We heard it mentioned before. Beast clergyman seeks and devours these. A source of that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergyman, found in the bestial sanctum in the distant east, collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through underground roots of the great tree, sprouting to form death root. Interesting. Any other goodies really around here? Smithing stones. I do love the, it's a bit of a pun name, Tibia Mariner. This is Tibia Minor. But yeah. So. Inventory, let's see. Yeah, 36. So. Yeah. Should be able to level again. Yep. Dexterity is fine. Alright. Summon water. Village. An interesting description of the place. Seems there's a lower, an east, and a top section here I kind of want to explore real quick. Just to see if there's any loose items, because those all look like separate buildings, per se. And from the looks of it, doesn't look like the Tibia Mariner gets back up. Okay. Yep. Nothing too major here. Yeah. Those who live in undeath. Those who live in death. So they're corpses that haven't stopped moving yet. Is the long and short of it, effectively. Yeah. Ow. Managed to get 2 for 1. Sweet. Okay, now over here to the east, looked like there was another building to clear out. Hello. Turtles. I genuinely don't remember this. Stone sword key. This is what they're used for. No enemy ahead. Okay, got my shield up. Oh. Turtles. Lots of turtles. Put the torch back. They're turtles. Why would you harm turtles? I don't... Ready to roll in case it's in. Nope, okay. Green turtle talisman. I don't think I ever got this. What the hell does it do? Stamina recovery... A talisman in the shape of a green turtle. Raises stamina recovery speed. Turtles are known as nutrition ingredients, symbolic of inexhaustible power. However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. Yeah. And it gives me more stamina back faster. I don't think I ever got this item. Turtles. Stop eating turtle meat, you monsters. I'm mostly just running it as a bit, just because it is. It's funny. Turtles are a source of inexhaustible power. Wise, steady creatures. Anything else here? No, looks like this is just an empty wreck. Tree, oh tree. Just a place to get a really good view of the Erd tree. Though, there's another minor one to our right. Summon water. And we saw the High Road Cave already. Murkwater. We could go buy more stuff from Patches. Actually, you know who we haven't spoke to? Merchant Kale in a while. Because if I'm not mistaken, it's him we need to talk to regarding something.
It's you again.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Care to purchase anything?
Yeah, I thought so. About the howling in Mistwood.
The howl of a wolf. In the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about.
Oh.
I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Finger snap, huh? Interesting. And while we're here, anything else? Yeah, some extra arrows could go. Never go remiss with some more arrows. 20 more.
Goodbye.
Alright. So now we know of a new so we can switch this to finger snap. Where is it? Point, beckon, jump, finger snap. and see how he's getting along in his, well, his old home. Let's take a look. Well, we're not being shot at. And there's no one outside anymore. Oh. They're not attacking. Oh, okay, yes they are. So... okay. Nope, and 100% physical resist is a wonderful thing. Okay. But, end of the day. Yeah. End of the day, it's still us. Alright. The explosive barrels are still around. But these guys don't seem as prone to taking advantage of it, so... And hello, Kenneth.
Ah, you, is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort? Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found, with haste, and not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
So he says. In other words, implicating, I have to take everything over because it's my noble duty to. So I must do this.
I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood as things stand. The great Kenneth Height issues his sincerest apology.
Always keeping the great.
I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
I see.
I must begin my search for a true...
So, yeah, Kenneth's on his own journey to find a proper ruler for the lands. As he... So, that's him. Now let's go see about these ruins to see about meeting Blade, the half-wolf. Though I believe it's actually pronounced Blythe. Kenneth's return, dude. So, just so we're clear, the demi-humans are wrath now that their mother's been killed. So basically, that big one we saw in the fort is the one who helped keep these guys all in line. And with her killed, so, So then, Beastmen are more a matriarchal society? A simple one, but probably... Probably because from the sounds of it, it seems like the beast women actually grow larger. So they're the ones who become the rulers. Interesting. Okay, yeah. So we're almost there. A slumbering egg. Interesting. Wonder if that's what the golden eye meant. That was a unique item, or a rare one at least. So yeah, there's one of those big guys over here. We saw him howling over here earlier. See if there's something more to this. Oof. You are big.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody.
Oh?
Maybe to him you don't seem so strange.
Okay.
The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I offer you ample reward. Darrowell is nothing but a traitor, and in need of a fitting end to his tale. Darrowell is in need of...
Okay. I'm sincerely not familiar with this part. Yeah, what the hell, let's look it up, because this is something I'm not familiar with, so let's see. Ah, okay. Oh, so he's in that prison we found, making sure. Forlorn Hound Evergo. Okay. Okay. So he'll help with the fight. Well then. So, now we know where we need to go. Alright. Well, and while we're here, we haven't fully explored these ruins, and I know exactly what we need to do, is get underneath, of course, the big sleeping guy. Well, what we have the most of is Trina's, so let's try to put it to sleep. Wake it up, and then put it to sleep. Alright. No trap ahead. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh no, they were being honest. A axe talisman. Which does Enhances charge attacks. Okay. Alright, so now we know where we need to go. Seaside Ruins? Nah. Back to the Waypoint Ruin Cellar. Okay. Any other spells that might be really nice? Let's take a look.
Young apprentice. First things first. You are a tadpole when it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk.
Okay.
So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning?
That makes sense. Glintstone Pebble. Okay, we'll give her the scroll. Maybe we'll get, so we can get something else.
Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days.
Oh?
Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
So, we now have access to the Glint Blade Phalanx, forms a defensive arch of glint blades, or Carrion Slicer, which performs a sweeping slash using a magical sword. And performing another action, even among Carrion sword sources, is a notably effective technique. This art with swordsmanship to maintain pressure upon their foes, striking in waves of steel and sorcery. Yeah, I kind of like the Glint Blade Phalanx a little more. Yeah, I think it'll be an investment towards later. Oh, we can ask about.
Our art draws upon the powers embedded in Glintstone. But what is the nature of such power?
Indeed.
Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while Glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that Glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days.
Interesting. So, golden light is a product of ancient life, where the blue is from those who study the stars. A fact that is lost on most sorcerers. Interesting. Alright. Now, in the meantime... So our goal is the head south on the forlorn jail we were at before. Yeah. Yep, because this is the lake. Ah, damn it! I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, I looked away from the screen for a second. Sorry, folks. Big crab. Ow. Okay. Crab eggs. Yeah. Yeah, lots of crab eggs. Not surprised, it's another big crab. Got it. And that's Unsheathed, which is a katana skill, which I'm just going to leave at that and be on my merry way. Okay. So, I believe the jail is just up here. Alright. Forlorn Hound. Okay. Sure. And of course you have the option to now to have Blade the Half-Wolf help you out. God, you're tall.
Darrowell, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
Alright. Let's see what we can do. Bloodhound Night Dark. Oof. Got him stunned. Blade is taking some hits from it though. Yep. Oof. These two know how to put some earth on each other. Okay. Alright. Nice. And we got the Bloodhound's Fang. Take a look at that. Curved greatsword. With gently undulating blade, wielded by Bloodhound Knights, a fearsome blade capable of brutal airborne attacks. Slash upwards, using momentum in the strike to perform a backward somersault and gain some distance from foes. Follow up with strong attack to perform step attack. Requires 18 strength, so maybe two-handed I might be able to wield it. Yeah. Nice. Nice. What do you have to say, Blade?
Right. There you are.
Yeah?
Had to work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
Nice.
Oh, yes. I should say, if you venture north to Raya Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you one, I reckon.
Oh, thanks.
That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted.
Alright. And we got a new... How are we looking on damage? 176, and that's just based on our strength. Not the worst. I mean, that is two-handing it, so... Yeah, that's not bad. Let's see for real. Alright. Wow. Not kidding, it gets you some distance out of an opponent. Foot soldiers. Yep. crabs. Let's see. And from all that, 27. Yeah, I'll pick up some runes here, probably see about doing Godric's soldiers. Oh wow, this really puts me over the weight, doesn't it? That's what the issue is. I was at medium roll now, that puts me at heavy. Okay. Nice. Yep. There we go. Hey Sonata, how you doing? Alright. So got through that. Pretty good. Just trying to build up little by little. Okay. I think because next level is at 39. I've got a couple of bags. If you're asking if I PvP, I don't. So I play with this. I'm mostly here for story. Nice. Okay. We're looking pretty good so far. Honestly, I'm about tempted to take on a Geel. Yeah, what the hell, let's try and take on a Geel. So we'll go to Waypoint. And level up. Keep pumping intelligence, because that's going to be one of our more useful stats. I only have a few weapons with quick step. But I am currently still using... Well, you know what? Good way to tell if we're ready or not for this fight. Come here. We can handle this, we can probably handle a Geel. Nah. The Erdtree wants me to go to take on... I won't deny, the Erdtree wants me to go take on Stormvale Castle. But that doesn't mean that's the only path there is to take. In fact, if anything, it might be detrimental to take it on this early. After all, I'm fairly weak. In the grand scope of how strong you can get in the lands between, we're still a frail child. Prisoner. He's silent. Okay. So that's the group taken care of. Now for the actual hard part. But I do have some sleep pots, so let's see. There we go. There we go. Can I get it in time? Yep. That's one. And two. And again. Oh. Okay. I honestly don't use these that much, so why not? I really should. I really should fight more intelligently in this game. Alright. Ow. Nope. Okay. I do truly admire the fact that in this game above any other, the Giants actually really are aware of how to fight a smaller target. That really speaks volumes about the way they're designed. And it's a lore-specific thing of, yeah, they got used to fighting smaller targets. Alright. Our reward for this is the Great Axe. We don't have anywhere near the strength to wield this thing, but it is brutal. Yeah, it requires 30 strength. Great Axe akin to a huge lump of iron, recognized as the weapon of choice for Badland chieftains. Too heavy to be wielded by those of merely ordinary strength. Blows from this axe will flatten enemies, and the force of its charged attack is a sight to behold. So it's a weapon preferred by those who are from outside in the Badlands. Alright. Well, with that, I'd say we're in a pretty good position. So, let's try it out. Alright, folks. Let's go see let's see if we can call ourselves Dragon Slayers. A Geo, huh? The first dragon you really come across in the game. In the grand scale of things, he's powerful, but not... By the way, these squirts... they basically just breathe poison over an area, so... Okay. They just don't take much damage, so it's one of those... things of... take your time. Watch your build up, take your time. There we go. And get a free refill. materia leaf. Don't think it's anything we need immediately, so... Alright, now with that all done... Let's go do something stupid. Let's go do something stupid. Let's go do something stupid. Hey, stupid! Here we go. Nope. Yeah, you're... Oh! Man, you're fluffy. Alright. Yeah, Agil is... Okay, here we go. Bathing the fire breath and getting damage in while he's stuck in that animation. Get away. And now here he comes for his swoop. Oh no, he went... Okay, he was just getting repositioned. Basically, you want to go left or right, pick your direction and just keep at it. Do not hesitate, do not flinch. From here, you'll want to watch where he's going and stay on his right-hand side. Yep, that's stay down. Just get straight out of the way. Do not bother. Yeah, basically it's learning where his head is aiming is where you want to be. Watch. This is a drop-down attack. Just dash the moment you start to see him come down. Same thing with that. Just get some distance. Yeah, that's just a charge. Watch your stamina. Okay, that's a tail sweep. Just pull back when that comes out. Wait till he lowers his head a little. There. Now this. Oh, I'm in a bad position, but managed to get out. Yeah, the foot charge does lower his head into striking range. Here it comes. Like I said, charging the talons to pull back so he can land. Alright. Oh, that's a tail whip and I'm in a bad place. Yep. But... Yep, when he's locked in that animation of doing the fire breath. Oh. Huh. Wonder how much sleep build-up he would require. Alright. Yep. Try and get away. I want to pull my friggin' flail back out because I think the flail would do more damage. But I don't want to go in the menu while like this. Oop. Oof, that was close. But yeah, Flying Dragon Agil. Once you learn his patterns, he's not so bad, but that can be said of every enemy in this game. But, if you get careless, you can get roasted pretty easily. Okay. Alright, there's the tail sweep. Oh no, the lunge, okay. Whoop. Okay. You can summon extra help, but if I'm honest, he's erratic enough. He's predictable enough that honestly you're probably better off not having any extra help. And there we go. And we got a dragon heart. And new draconic power is available at the cathedral. There we go. And there's some good payoff. Alright. And with that, by and large, I think that's a good chunk of what you can do in Limgrave itself without going into a few other places. So, actually what I want to do is head to the Table of Lost Grace. The Round Table Hold. Because... Bear in mind, this operates as the Round Table of Lost Grace does work as a Lost Grace, so you can still level up here. Okay. There's 22 intelligence for the... So we'll be 1 point short. Still, that's not bad. Because I do want to check one thing. Alright. Yeah. This one requires 1 or 2. No. Okay, just 1. Okay. So I need to buy 2 of them. And those stone sword keys were like... So I could have bought those 2, but I think the level will be more useful. Alright. In the end, I end up coming here for no real reason. My bad. But yeah, from here, we've by and large cleared out most of what would be, at least off the top of my head. I'm trying to think. Because the rest are just merchants. White Mask Vare. Stranded Graveyard. Church of Dragon Communion, which you have to wait till night. Okay. You have to commune with them at night. You cannot do it during the day, I believe. Oh, I thought it was only nighttime you could. Ritual of Dragon Communion. I can't cast any of them, because they're based on Faith and Arcane, 2 things we don't have. But we did get the heart, so... Of the 3 of them, I imagine... Transform the caster into a dragon to spew flaming breath. Those who have hunted dragons and feast upon their hearts. Theirs is a pure and overwhelming power. Interesting. Okay. So, with all that taken care of, I'm pretty satisfied. Short of going into Caelid, short of going into Caelid, we are... No, I guess we aren't truly done. there is one more place we can go. Down here to the southernmost. Just thinking. But then again, I've also been going for quite a while, and I'm starting to get kind of hungry, so I think we'll actually just leave it here for now. Because I think we'll head south next. Because from what I can imagine... Yeah, because from what I can understand, we'll be moving towards... we'll be moving towards various other benefits. So, yeah, I'm going to call it here for now, folks. Thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and I have been back on my bullshit about the story of Elden Ring. Thank you all for joining me, and I'll see you next time on this, or maybe something else. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.